surprises me. OBS changed its layout, so I'm hoping that you can hear me, because things are a little bit different now. Okay, so, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I gotta say I'm live. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Now I need to post this on my socials, because that's what I do now. Eesh. If I don't make that post, Leaf might miss my stream. Hello, Eager. How are you doing? Welcome to the Good Mythical More of streams, otherwise known as my Tuesday streams. I'm hoping it's using the right mic and stuff, because OBS completely had an update. Well, hopefully I can make you on board, but no promises. This is Trivia Night. He's one of my two DKs. I've just been kind of on my DKs lately, deciding to kind of get back into the swing of things. Trying to watch my frames. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Okay, that should free up some frame space. Nothing. Ugh. Well, I was doing the main quest again on Trivia Night, so I guess I could just go ahead and carry on with that. I'm kind of leveling up skill lines and stuff, so...
I heard the daughter is so distraught, she's refusing to leave her rooms. So exciting.
Scandalous. No doubt Isabel is beside herself. Poor girls.
Scandalous. I love all these crests, they're very nice. I always love seeing bright medieval colors. Of course, I have done this quest line before. I think maybe... I think I might have done this portion twice before? I'm trying to remember.
I'm supposed to keep out the riffraff. I have to admit, I'm not quite sure what to make of you. Best move along, stranger.
Not really good at your job. Like, do you not have, like, a list? Like, what if I was invited? Huh? You know what? I'm gonna keep going. I mean, I literally work as a security guard. And that was not very good security. I mean, she was just like, she doesn't even have like a list of who's let in, who's not. And then she's like, you know what, you're not let in. You can't go in. And I just go in anyway. I mean, seriously, how does that get any worse? Hi, Leaf. Don't say I tried to sneak a stream past you because I literally posted about this. So you would see it. Your stream record persists. Tuesday night weather, it's conveniently snowing. I mean, there's always weather going on. Always. Now, I'm doing this... I haven't done this quest in a while. I think I've done this section on another character. I think I did it on Betrod. Because I recall doing it a second time. So I probably won't talk to everybody, but I will go around. It's been pretty cold here, too. But, like, Texas cold. Not like whatever you're used to. Like, we're not talking snow. It was chilly, like, Monday. And it was kind of cold today. And it will just keep getting warmer and warmer and warmer. And it'll probably just, you know, stay that way until late October or November, you know. Yeesh. 22 degrees, yeesh. Chilly.
Might as well enjoy ourselves while we're here. Do you still prefer a Russefeld Red, my lady?
That
Russefeld
was-
Red.
Thank you, Bacaro.
Probably pretty easy to get a hold of that.
My friend.
They're kind of
And
close.
remember, even the smallest detail could be the clue we seek.
I mean, like, you're pretty close to Somerset. I can imagine they get a lot of import from Somerset. Do I have like... Ah, perfect. Okay. I'm going to try to behave myself. I am going to take out the bow. I have my little space heater running. It's 52 degrees and I have a space heater running. Oh, a blizzard, wow.
Here we are. Now go make your
You guys
rounds,
are
dear.
still
Remember,
getting some
I
crazy
know
cold.
these circles, so chances are good they know you too. Definitely speak with Duchess Alea, Count de Mard, and Viscount John, and anyone else who happens to catch your interest.
A pity. This would have been a truly grand
77
occasion
degrees,
under the
nice.
circumstances. I suppose we must make do. Conduct your investigation with discretion, please. You do not want any of these nobles to mark you as an enemy.
Hello, random servant. Layla Meroli.
It's an honor to be invited to one of Duchess Alea's parties. I've heard she only allows members of her own family into the castle. Most people never set foot inside the walls, let alone rub shoulders with the highest nobility of High Isle.
Okay, Mornard. Okay, they're both Mornards. I said I wasn't going to talk to everybody, but here I go.
I must say, I don't like what I've heard about this Ascendant Order. Bands of lawless knights roaming High Isle's countryside at will. How uncivilized. I suppose we are safe enough within the castle walls.
It's supposed to be a fun party, and here you go bringing politics into it. Just because there's a bunch of criminals running around.
Such a waste. I have little patience for the vanity of our noble houses on the best of days, like now. I'm sure we all have better things we could be doing. I suspect you
Yep.
agree. You're the one assisting Lord Bacaro and Lady Arabelle, aren't you? I try to keep up on matters of state, but I confess, Alea told us all about you. I am Count de Mard, the Duchess's brother and court mage of House Dufort. Tell me, has your investigation uncovered news regarding a sudden storm that appeared recently? A hypothesis that matches my own. While my sister chases bandit knights across the countryside, I wonder about the druids who make the wild parts of High Isle their home. They have little love for civilized culture. They could be responsible. I don't think that storm was natural. The druids wield old magics and consort with spirits. It is well within their abilities to summon such a tempest. They mostly keep to themselves, but I suspect a ruse. Those are your culprits, mark my words. Magic is the legacy and heritage of the Breton people. Oh, I spent my time mastering the sword and knightly pursuits in my youth, but I believe that a true Breton must study both halves of our nature, and perhaps the ways of the Druids, too. We Bretons trace our ancestry to Needs and Elves who intermingled during the early history of High Rock. Therefore, spellcraft is in our blood, and we all at least have some talent with magic. I find the subject fascinating and decided to embrace it.
Intermingled.
No. Some have forgotten our traditions. Were it not for my talent, I doubt my sister would bother with a court mage. She sends me to look after Dufort interests in courts across Tamriel, rather than making full use of my arcane skills. A pity.
Actually, hold on. Give me a second. Give me a moment. I mean, I'm gonna go to my Morrowind. I think my something about my Viedo tube's going weird, at least on my end. I don't know if that fixed it or not. It might be an OBS issue because they just had an update. So it might be its fault. I don't know. At least it works.
You might as well enjoy yourself while you're here. Perhaps you can slip away once the requisite...
And maybe you have done this
socializing
quest line before.
That's certainly my plan. Look into the Druids. You might just discover they were behind this all along.
I guess, you know, I'll try not to spoil nothing. Like, even, like, ESO goes out of its way to keep from spoiling things, even though it's been, you know, it's been about 4 years since this DLC. Oh my god. But yeah, because, like, even in, like, the Infinite Archive, if you encounter the Ascendant Lord, they don't tell you who it is. The game goes out of its way to make sure not to just not tell you who this Ascendant Lord is. It just goes by Ascendant Lord. So they make sure to kind of protect players that might not want to surprise, you know, jump scare, spoiler. So, but I mean, like, I streamed this back in 2022, and I might have streamed Betroths. Maybe not, but I did stream this back in 2022. That was before I was archiving my streams, so I don't have any recordings of it. But, so obviously I went over this story years ago. I've been streaming main stories since Somerset, so. Well, kinda, yeah. So I've talked about, like, all the stuff about this DLC in the past, but, I just don't want. If anyone here wants to say don't talk about spoilers, then I will not. But I might have some observations.
Word of advice: leave an old lion to his drink. I've got no pleasant banter in me today.
This guy's just cool. This guy serves no purpose but to just be cool, you know.
Lord Bacaro has arrived, Duchess. He brought that Lady Arabelle with him.
Look at this guy, and look at this guy's posh, smug mustache, little goatee. Okay, here's Duchess Alea Dufort. She's kind of like, she's the highest royalty on the archipelago, really. She's got her own Stibbins.
You're working with that would-be investigator. I can't imagine what you think you'll find here. You should be out beating the bushes for those bandit knights or scouring the back alleys of Gonfalon Bay. You'll find plenty of criminals there. Had being the operative word. Clearly, her best days are behind her. I cannot fathom her methods. The delegates are lost, so what's the point of distressing the Duchess's guests with incessant questions? Besides, we have the situation well in hand. I have instructed our house knights to question known malcontents all over the island and offer hefty sums of gold for information. Criminals are quick to turn on their own for a small handout. This so-called Ascendant Order can't hide forever.
So something that I forgot about this story is that they really so many people are either just they're just really mean to you. People are just often really snobby and mean to you, and it's supposed to get the player suspicious of everybody. It's oh, you're probably behind this. It kind of turns out that a lot of people are just assholes. They're not in on the conspiracy, but they're just mean. That's how it is sometimes. But they do that, obviously, to kind of get the player to go, oh, this guy's suspicious. It's a little heavy-handed, but whatever.
Welcome to Castle Navir. You're Lady Arabelle's assistant, yes? Then you know these festivities are only for appearances' sake. Our guests of honor have yet to be found. Rest assured, I intend to bring the radicals behind this plot to justice.
This is a stupid question, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
I'm aware of most things that happen on my isle. It's true
No, it's
we didn't
High
have
Isle.
reports of mysterious knights to the Ascendant Order until recently. But now that we know they are one and the same, we'll quickly bring them to heel. I suggest that you and Lady Arabelle leave this matter in our hands. My knights have already pinpointed several sites where the Ascendant Order gathers. They are scouring High Isle for our missing guests even as we speak. Which is why I prefer to handle this discreetly. I suspect House Mornard is behind this. They profit greatly from the war, and they still hold a grudge against my house for overshadowing their own. Frankly, I put nothing past them.
It's interesting that they profit from the war. Aren't they no. That's right. Dufort's the shipbuilders. I guess Mornard's probably getting a lot of trade, metals and stuff, I guess. that could be pretty good funding a war. You have Habanero salsa to keep you warm. Nice. Awesome. Anyway, so I'm basically just kind of planning on doing a little bit of just some ESO while I eat, and then I'm going to do my UESP box unboxing, and then I'm going to move to VR chat for a bit. It's not going to be the longest stream, but we're not going to do ESO or anything. Or sorry, we're not going to do Overwatch or anything tonight.
One should be careful when talking about one's neighbors. Still, Count Mornard's dislike of my family is well known. Years ago, his father backed King Ronser of Shornhelm in his dispute with High King Emmerich. Emmerich did not forget it. He punished Avric Mornard by stripping him of his ducal title and granting it to my father instead. The Mornards remain counts, with holdings and estates throughout the Isles. But the Duforts are now the Dukes of the Sisters.
Are we not gonna talk about how he banished Avric Mornard to Cyrodiil? Because if I recall correctly, the man was banished to Cyrodiil, and I think he died there. I mean, she's not wrong. But, yeah. I mean, consider it cruel if you want, but so here's the down low. She pretty much just said it, but the Mornards did support Rancer during Rancer's war, which was a which was just an embarrassing affair, really. The entire war started because King Rancer Shornhelm had a daughter who was supposed to marry Emmerich, right? And that would mean, oh god, tons of political, status and riches and all that stuff. Emmerich, however, decided not to marry her and decided to marry Faharajad's daughter instead, right? So Rancer went ballistic, We're talking like Trump levels, crazy. He initiated war against Wayrest, and huge siege. That literally the Daggerfall Covenant existed prior to the Daggerfall Covenant that we know now. So basically, the Daggerfall Covenant, like at that time, was just a collection of Breton kingdoms that decided to kind of like have each other's backs at the time, and so Rancer attacks Wayrest, and all the other kingdoms are getting involved as well. He's surprisingly holding them off for a long time. At this point, the Mornards of High Isle sent soldiers and supplies for Rancer, right? So Rancer's got the support from the leader of the Sisters Archipelago, which seems completely random, right? It's like, why in the world is this Breton house from an island chain so far away giving a shit about what's going on in High Rock? Like, why are they getting involved? The answer for that, it actually traces back to the Nahatan flu. And if you've played a lot of ESO, you've probably heard the Nahatan flu mentioned a lot. It's a disease that, tore across all over Tamriel and killed just so many people, like uncountable amounts of people. And it made its way to High Isle. It threatened to make its way to High Isle because, obviously they are an island chain, right? The Sisters are just a stranded bit of land in the ocean, and once you get a disease there, it's like you're fucked, you're screwed. So the Mornards were like, yeah, we're closing everything down because, when the disease gets here, we're all dead. So we need to literally lock everything down. We're not doing anything until this is solved. And that really was a hyper controversial decision because High Isle, like the Sisters Archipelago, sustains itself through trade. It's like a trade metropolis, I guess. And so therefore, when they locked themselves down, trade was not happening at all. They were pretty much just totally isolated. No one was making any money, and Wayrest, was super pissed at this. They were like, you are really irritating us because you're not making any money, and you decided to hold yourself away. And so basically Wayrest kind of put House Mornard down on the list, and they were like, you fuck up again, and you are in big trouble. Mornard was like, guys, we're already dead. Wayrest hates us so much for this, and they had no way out. They decided that the only way they were going to get any status back is if they supported Rancer during Rancer's war, because if Wayrest won Rancer's war, nothing would change, right? They would still be in Wayrest's bad graces, and they would have to live with that. If they supported Rancer during Rancer's war, and Rancer wins, that's like a blank slate, and they already, they would have, he would owe them a favor, right? So it was just this huge gamble where they attempted to kind of get back in good graces with a powerful leader. King Rancer did not win Rancer's war. The Daggerfall Covenant expanded to include the Red Guards and the Orcs after Emmerich promised Orsinium and all that. And so obviously Rancer was just completely demolished. Emmerich looks over at House Mornard, and they're like, you fucked up really, really bad at this point. And so they completely demoted the entire house, and instead elevated the Duforts, which are their rivals, to lead the Sisters instead. and Mornard is kind of restricted to Galen at this point, and stuff on Amanos. They're still on the islands, but they obviously lost the majority of their power. But they do have little bits, like Vasir is their city, you know. But they ain't the head honchos anymore.
My family builds ships. Our shipyards construct the finest vessels to ply the western seas. In reward for our service, High King Emmerich granted us the Duchy of Sisters. We rule with care and compassion for all, even the Mornards. I have said all I wish to on the matter. In my opinion, Lady Arabelle's investigation is all too likely to scare off the very people we're trying to catch. Her reputation as High King Emmerich's troubleshooter precedes her.
Oh, interesting. Why did the icon for him go away? I mean, it's almost like I already talked to him.
Oh, how typical of the Duforts. Rather than address a serious problem, they put appearances first and carry on as if nothing's wrong. What a farce.
I can't remember, like, the levels, like Barons and Viscounts. There's a book that explains all the different cast levels and everything. Zos went really hard with, like, the Breton, everything Breton with this DLC. I don't really think they get enough attention for it. You know, Zos got a lot of shit for, like, the base game, you didn't make the Bretons good enough. In my opinion, I think they did. But they decided to really capitalize everything Breton with this DLC. From druids to a caste system. I don't really know what else people could have wanted. I don't know. I guess, honestly, if I wanted anything, like, if you were to ask me if I wanted anything more out of High Isle, I definitely would have said more Dureni stuff. Like, I know the Dureni weren't here, but, like, they probably say Dureni once in this whole, like, year-long story. It's very surprising. But
I don't believe we've met. John Mornard, a pleasure. My family is in shipping. We import goods from the mainland and send wares from the archipelago to markets in Tamriel. You're the investigator working with Lady Arabelle, aren't you? The Duchess explained everything to the court just before you arrived. If Lady Arabelle had consulted us, things would be different. We know what hazards await careless captains making the approach to High Isle. Her ships were simply unprepared. Don't tell me you buy into this Ascendant Order nonsense. A shadowy order of knights working to undermine the governments all across Tamriel? It's a ruse, my friend. A convenient fiction to protect the flawless name of House Dufort. Alea gained her station by currying favor in High Rock. Then she made a show of backing Lord Baccaro's steadfast society. But ruining the peace talks and getting heads of state killed? Blame must be placed. And she'd never fall on that sword herself. My family ruled the archipelago for generations, but the Duforts were never happy in our shadow. They spent years poisoning the court against us. And when my uncle Avri quietly supported King Rancer a few years back, it paid off for them.
Quietly sending soldiers and supply, quietly supporting King Rancer. I mean, honestly. Hey, I mean, this is how people discuss politics, you know, quietly, you know? Like, people do anything just to attempt to rewrite history, just so that they don't look so bad, right? It's crazy what people do.
The High King stripped my uncle of the ducal title and gave it to the Duforts. It was an outrage, really. We took no part in Rancer's war.
Lie.
At least the Duforts didn't get everything they wanted. We kept most of our holdings, and it eats at them.
I mean, like, I have several records that contradict what he's saying. Are you in charge of House Marnard? I mean, he talks like it, but...
Goodness, no. That honor falls to my cousin Leonard, and he can have it. I wouldn't want the responsibility. No, I'm content managing our affairs here on High Isle. I leave the larger concerns of the business and house to my cousin, the Count.
Might I offer you a refreshment, friend?
Oh, God. Okay, well, here's Jakarn.
Didn't think I'd miss this little soiree, did you? Listen, I have it on good authority from a very accommodating chambermaid, in fact, that the Duchess has been looking into the Ascendant Order on her own. Well,
I learned that without getting involved in that way.
Not Jakarn, waiter, Fred. I'm in disguise.
Fred.
I told you about the chambermaid, right? She's one of the Duchess's personal assistants. Well, she told me where the Duchess keeps her sensitive documents, among other unmentionable items. Nobles and the upper staff never pay attention to the common help. I easily filched a key from that stuck-up steward Hercian. While I cause a distraction, you go take a look. Duchess Alea has a private study somewhere beyond the northeast door.
What kind of distraction? I cringe to ask.
I'll lure the guards away from the doors, but I'll need your help. Talk to one of the musicians and ask them to play the tunes Stagger and Sway. It's an old favorite of mine. I'll take care of the rest. Trust me, it'll work. We just need to buy you enough time to get into the lower castle without the guards noticing. Once you're inside, the rest will be up to you. Remember, the song I want you to request is Stagger and Sway. It's a classic.
Yes, hello. Will you play Stagger and Sway by Fall Out Boy?
Something you need, friend? I don't really take requests. Duchess Alea provided a list of approved songs she wanted performed. That one definitely isn't one of them. Not that she would notice. I don't think anyone is really listening to the music.
I don't hear any music. I think, like, did I convince him last time? Okay, there's like you have to like deliver a poem, and I think like the lady you deliver it to like tosses it out or something. I'm trying to remember.
Well, there is a lady I'm interested in. Layla. Highborn, you know. Out of my class. Normally, I'd never even be in the same room as her. Could you give her this letter? Even if she hands it back, at least I'll know I told her how I feel.
Hands it back.
The most beautiful lady at the banquet. Hair like golden wheat, eyes as blue as the sea, pale skin like the beach at sunrise. And freckles. She even has freckles.
She even has freckles.
She's the one in the red dress with a flower in her hair.
Thank you. Alright.
Something you need, friend?
I wonder if I would just request it. Like, would it just give me the same option? Okay, alright. I'm wearing my best silk outfit. Or summer make, by the way. Ah, I talked to you earlier.
Oh, hello. Did I just see you speaking to that bard at a stare?
From over here?
I notice he keeps stealing glances at me. Of course, my father would never allow me to... Nothing. Never mind. He did? A letter? How charming.
Oh, no, she likes
He
it.
would just approach me directly, but
Okay.
of course he must worry about how that would look. My family wouldn't
Okay.
approve. I'll read his message in private. Oh, how exciting. Thank you.
Wow, what a nice party. Sure hope nothing happens.
You delivered the letter? What did she say? Did she seem pleased?
I won't repeat what she said.
Really? By Mara's grace, I hope she agrees to let me court her properly. I'll convince her father I'm worthy of her hand. Anyway, I believe I owe you a song. What was it again? Nothing more suitable when love is in the air. All right, I'll get started right away.
Yeah, okay. Here we go.
Lords and ladies of the court, I dedicate this song and dance to the most buxom, curvaceous, voluptuous of all royals, Duchess Alea.
You get down from there at once. Stop this nonsense.
You know, he would do this even if he didn't have Arabelle's backing. I like how the guards aren't stopping him. Like, they're just kind of like, dude, look at this guy. Like, what is he doing? Oh, okay, this guy's like, get down from there. Get down, get down. You don't pay these knights much, do you? Like, they're not doing anything. They're not even saying anything. These are some silent knights.
I was led to believe several royals might be here today. I suppose there's been some sort of delay.
What's funny is that he's playing is it Stagger and Sway? I could have sworn it was called Sway as We Kiss, but maybe Stagger and Sway is the name of the song and I never realized it. Or it's some kind of iteration of the same song. Alright, here I am. Okay, immediately rat. Okay, you guys have a rat problem. The architecture is so good. See the vibe of the, oh my god. Okay, I don't want to make these guys mad. Like, this is just a guy. I don't want to make him mad. The vibe of this, oh, it's so good. What the fuck? It's so good. Kind of reminds me of, like, Castle Daggerfall in Elder Scrolls 2. I don't want to have to fight anybody. Like, one thing I really hate doing is like fighting like guys who are just doing their job. Like, it's why I can't do the Thieves Guild DLC. Because I swear to God, I would fuck it all up, and then I would have to end up like having to fight somebody that I don't need to fight. Maybe I should have taken the other room. Because there's no way I'm getting past this guy. I don't think. Oh, fuck. Well, there goes that. There goes that. What if I just kept going? Hi! What a gorgeous castle. See ya! Oh my god, a suppression field. Holy shit. Ow. It's not gonna let me. It's letting me. Yeah. That suppression field took me by surprise. Holy crap. I mean, like, obviously you'd expect the best of the best to be guarding here. Certainly better than that lady outside. Okay, here's the map, I think, of where they've, like, located Ascendant Order activity. That was just north of Navir. Okay, investigation notes. Is there anything else? No. Okay. Last month, Curious. This is regard report that routine banditry across High Isle seems to be declining. They believe that some new bandit chieftain is recruiting followers from the island's outlaws. I directed Steward Hercian to look into it. 2 weeks ago. Is that how she wrote it? 2 weeks ago? Because they didn't want to like put a date on there. 2 weeks ago. Banditry across High Isle has resumed at a completely intolerable level. These outlaws are now better organized and more well-armed than ever. Hercian reports that the peasants are all telling tales about the Knights of the People, hold themselves the Ascendant Order, rebels and scofflaws, I say. If these Ascendant Order brigands threaten the House to Fort Profits, I will have to take action. Steward Hercian has compiled our informants' reports into a map of Ascendant Order activity. He plans to personally investigate each one. Ascendant Order Knights are more ambitious than I thought. Someone conjured a great storm off the northeastern coast of High Isle. They wrecked the ships carrying High King Emmerich, Queen Irene, and Yoran the Skull King's son to Lord Bacaro's peace conference. The most powerful monarchs in Tamriel may have drowned off our coast. I actually don't know if I know who was in the ships. Do I? Or at this point, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to know that yet. This is why I wanted Hercian spies to keep an eye on this group. The surprise of this magnitude is completely unacceptable. If we had only known about this threat, we could have done something, or at the very least, positioned ourselves to take advantage of the development. It's interesting that she immediately is like, oh, it's gotta be the bandits. Big ass storm, gotta be the bandits. I mean, interesting line of reasoning. Oh yeah. Right. It's time to suit up. Actually, no. Wrong bow. Here we go. That's better. I am using the right. Am I? No, I think I need to flip them around. Hold on. Hold on, people. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Alright. Let's go be heroes. Oh, come on. No, dude, what? There's stuff happening outside. I guess me being in here doesn't look good, does it? No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. Hold on, hold on. What if I went out the other way? Like the way I came in? Ugh. I hope this last guy doesn't see me. Oh. Come on. Go. Alright. Helmet on! Let's go! Put a shirt on, Jakar. And how do you always end up shirtless at times like this?
Guess I wasn't the only one who decided to crash this party. That was the Ascendant Magus himself. He told the high and mighty of the archipelago to stay out of his way. And I think they just might. But we won't. Will we?
Put a shirt on, man.
Oh good, you're all right. It seems our adversaries decided to send a message to all those in attendance. Submit or die. A classic. Did you uncover anything useful before the Ascendant Magus made his entrance? I see. Clearly Duchess Alea's investigation hasn't gotten very far. Perhaps we can make better use of the leads she's been developing. But we have little time to waste. The Ascendant Magus demonstrated real power. Did you notice how the ground shook when he unleashed his storm? That's not a magic I've seen before. Somehow his storm magic is causing earthquakes. At least he hasn't recovered the Alliance leaders yet. We still have time. Because the Ascendant Magus has made a show of wanting us to fear him. Why would he care if he had what he wanted and couldn't be stopped? No. The royals elude him, somehow. But his magic, I wonder. Among the other problems plaguing High Isle, lava vents have begun to open in random locations. Between the ground shaking and the storms, could the Magus have stirred the volcano? Let's return to my manor so we can study these items more closely. Lord Bacaro, it may not be safe to return to Steadfast Manor.
Nonsense. I refuse to hide from these creepers. I'll double
language,
my guard, but they won't drive me from my home.
Very well. I'll check in with you later. Jakan, let's go. And put on a shirt, my dear.
Alright, well... It looks like a lot of people have cleared. I'm seeing some dead guards. It looks like everyone that died were guards. Hoping the bard got away. Yeah, I bet you're glad you weren't in there, huh? It was rough. Jakarn took off his shirt and everything. Hello.
I heard the daughter is so distraught she's refusing to leave her rooms. So exciting.
Scandalous.
I didn't even have to fight anybody. Nope. That's such a good looking statue. The thing's been up for like ever.
These tremors grow more powerful. I heard that volcanic fissures are bursting open across the Isles.
First the storm, now this? It must be the work of the Ascendant Order.
You give them too much credit. An earthquake destroyed the Gonfalon Colossus.
Yes, an ascendant earthquake. Trust Zaji, he knows.
I don't think you guys know how old that thing was. Like, pretty old. Actually, let me think. 2,200 that's estimated. Put like 700 years. 700 is about 600. It's like around close to what? Close to 1,300 years, kind of around there.
I have visited High Isle several times over the years. Never have I seen the ground so restless.
You got the lore.
It is alarming. Could Zaji be right? Could the Ascendant Order be causing these tremors and eruptions?
I'm like, the Ascendant Magus said the old regimes will be swept away in storm and fire. Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Storm
yeah.
and fire. I am troubled. If the Ascendant Magus can use powerful storm magic against his enemies, does he also command the tremors and volcanic fissures? It is maddening to even contemplate. Oh, Zaji is right to worry then. The loss of a monument might be the least of our concerns if the Ascendant Order can rouse the volcano. Lady Arabelle is inside, friend. Perhaps she'll know what to do.
Well, that blows. Hey, did you see that? Or hear it? See it? Well, your windows are a bit high, but...
Was it too much to hope that one of High Isle's nobles would openly admit their guilt? Ah, well. At least we can rule out Duchess Alea. Her notes make it clear she was caught off guard by the attack on the delegates' ships. And this map. Interesting. If this map really points to sites important to the Ascendant Order, and it's our best lead so far.
Thank you for the pet.
Here, my dear. Take this with my thanks. With your continued help, we'll find the royals and discover who's behind the Order before long. We must. The map you acquired provides a number of leads that might help us find High King Emmerich, Queen Irene, and Prince Ernskar. As the line from the Investigator Bale books reads, there's always another mystery. Let's get to it, my dear. One is clearly the Dufort shipyards, where the house constructs new vessels. Another is near Stonelaw Grove, home to a circle of friendly druids. The third appears to be a cave near Tor Dreak. A strange set of disparate locations indeed. I'll leave that to you.
Every time you do a low pet, it just looks at you like a hand is gonna grab you by my head.
Send Jakan to the docks, Captain Colleen to the cave.
Is that why you like doing it?
To the grove. Rendezvous with them at each location and see what you can uncover about our rogue knights.
You're just like, I wanna grab others' head.
We don't know what the Ascendant Order is doing out there, but hopefully something at one of those locations will lead us to our missing royals. But do be careful. I'd hate to see such a capable agent get hurt while assisting me. I did. I arrived just in time to see part of it collapse. As much as it saddens me to see the proud Baron Admiral fall, we have more pressing problems to deal with. I'll mourn the Colossus of Gonfalon Bay after the Alliance leaders are safe.
Grab me like one grabs the cat by the scruff. Do lore now.
A review of the evidence. Excellent idea. Lord Bacaro is sponsoring peace talks here on High Isle. But the ships carrying High King Emmerich, Queen Irene, and Prince Ernskar never arrived. We suspect the Ascendant Order is somehow responsible.
So I guess I do learn what the cargo was. I think I learned that at the end of the first quest.
An excellent deduction. They also noticed that the Ascendant Magus and Lords spoke with the accents of Breton nobility. We believe a High Isle noble is funding this band of rogue knights. Then you recover this map from Castle Navir.
I'm like, oh, I remember 2 seconds ago, yeah.
Precisely. Since we also know that the Ascendant Order is still looking for the missing royals, we'll use them to point us in the right direction. Investigate the 3 sites on the map and learn everything you can, my dear. Leave no stone unturned. We don't know what the Ascendant Order is doing out there, but hopefully something at one of those locations will lead us to our missing royals. But do be careful. I'd hate to see such a capable agent get hurt while assisting me.
You love how the Skull King was like, "No, I'll send my slightly racist son to do peace talks." He's better than he used to be. He's better than he used to be. I mean, he's literally working alongside an Argonian right now. And trust me, I'd rather hear Ernskar than Yoren any day. Why did I get a message? Ah. Yeah, better about this quest still irk your ears. They don't irk your scars. Ah, forget it. I don't even remember doing those quests, honestly, personally, because I don't really go back and do quests very often. It's very, very rare for me to do that. Like yesterday or whatever, I got that Bosmer question. No, it was Sunday. It's like I don't remember that quest because I don't do them very often. I'm more of a historian who I remember stuff I read in books, but not so much the quest lines because I don't redo them a lot.
Yes, Zaji promised not to drink until Queen Irene was safe.
I feel like maybe I'll do them whether they're harder to do, like after the damage update.
No one can expect Zaji to stay sober after that.
Dang, he's taking this pretty hard.
I plan to set out soon to scour the coast for signs of wreckage. If the Darkmaster is not to be trusted, we cannot assume he carried out his search. If there is any sign of the missing ships, I will find it.
We could all agree that Suzo's pretty hot, right? Like, he's a badass. Look at that armor. Shallow fellows. Why would she leave that on the floor? Retinue shambles. So did they say where Casca was? Because where is Casca? No one out here. Just Captain Colleen's log. Oh, that's right. They're in the different places, I think. So in a bit, I'm going to do my unboxing. Sees all colors makes you see colors. Okay, so what do we... There's one, like, north of Navier, wasn't there? I mean, none of these are marked. There's one at the docks. There's one near Tor Dryak. You could probably use those same ways trying to get there, right? Here's Tor Dryak, and the docks are just right up here. I mean, I could at least set myself up. And... yeah, okay. So yeah, one's over here. Okay, I will just keep this in mind. I had someone compliment trivia night. I think it was last night. I was waiting on a volcanic vent and he was like, "Whoa, you look awesome." So yeah, I definitely think the strength of Legacy of the Bretons is in the world building. There's some pretty good side quests too, you know, like what's the name? Garrick's. Here's Garrick's Rise. Oh, it's Garrick's Rest. This is a good quest. Very cool. And my favorite, like, Death Valor Keep, I think it's probably my favorite delve here. Firepot is, like, a close second. Some quests I actually still haven't even done here. I don't think I've done the All Flags Islet. Haven't done that. He never removes his armor, even he doesn't know what he looks like. I had my armor off for the whole party. The whole party. I wasn't naked, but I was in my fanciest Orsinium Orsimer's silk clothes. There's a good quest here about music magic. I forget what they call it. It's very rare, kind of a topic. The Amino Station is weirdly cozy. Oh, also, obviously, Tor Dryak is just... it's a gem, you know. Wizard Towers are amazing. It's got that cool restoration banner in there. And Spire of the Crimson Coin. It doesn't, like, have the, like, most interesting quests, but it's a very good public dungeon. Definitely the better out of the two. I actually still haven't done Stonelore Grove. I don't think I've done that one before. lot of quests are just undone because they're like casualties of me trying to hold on to not finishing DLCs, right? A lot of people want to finish DLCs and then they like go and they play other games. But for me, it's like, if this DLC is finished, then it's finished, and I don't like that idea. But with like everything, with stuff becoming base game more and more these days, like with Greymoor becoming base game by the end of the year, I feel like it's possible that ZOS could start doing stuff in zones that already exist. You know? Like, for all we know, I don't want to get your hopes up, but for all we know, we could get, like, extra bosses or, like, extra little neat delve areas in High Isle in the future, right? Maybe not, like, officially delves, because officially there are 6 delves in High Isle, and changing that would be a problem, because there's achievements based on it. But, stuff like what they do in Vardenfell, where there's, like, neat little areas that link to quests, they could have us quest in High Isle again in the future. So, I think that the confirmation that they're going to be adding more stuff to base game means that with a lot of zones, in fact, with all zones by the end of it, we're never really going to be completely done. Because they could put stuff anywhere. They could literally put dragons on High Isle if they want. Like a dragon invasion. It's like, oh, there's a swarm of dragons attacking High Isle. So yeah, we could see some pretty crazy stuff. Because like they've done some stuff on Vardenfell because it is base game now. So like they often take you here for like prologue quests and stuff like that. Less companion quests. So it might be interesting to see what zones we revisit in the future. Okay. So, I am going to open my box, but I'm going to let people know. Okay, we're going to wait a second. I think that making Greymoor free by the end of the year is, it might be a strategic decision, but I can't decide what strategy ZOS is doing. It could be like 4D chess, but it could also be a bit more straightforward than that. Or it could be completely random. I'll actually go into this more later in the stream. Because I'm going to need shit to talk about. Usually when I do this, I need, like, good lighting. My lamp is good, but I need, like, maybe a little bit of... Maybe, like, I should open my documents. Okay, that might be good. I'm going to send a second reminder. Now, when I turn my camera on, Leaf, I don't want you to be scared. Do not be alarmed. Okay. So, it's actually not too much. Now, I'm actually a little bit confused as to what this even is, to be honest, because I thought that the rewards were going to be coming in December. I'm not sure if this is an early batch or what. It's not even delivered by its usual method. Like, usually it says USP on it. This is actually straight from Amazon. So I'm a little bit confused about what it is. Maybe I can find it really quick. Because I'm sure it's a Patreon thing, right? Because, like, I need to know, because it's so funny that I don't know, right? It's so funny. Okay. Yeah, it seems that I need to log in. Dang it. But I've got it. I swear I've got it. Ugh. Did I write down my Patreon password anymore? Okay, I'm dumb. Because I don't think I had it saved anywhere. Okay, well, we'll figure this out. We'll figure this out as we go. So... it's also a little bit warm in here. Okay. So, it just, well, I'm actually not gonna show you what it says because it's got my address on it. And I don't trust you. I don't trust any of you. Yeah, I see the message. Alright. So I'm not gonna show you what it says. You're just gonna have to trust me. It has my name, and then it has my address, and then it has my zip. It says, like, a little over 3.5 pounds. Amazon shipping. It's got a fuck ton of barcodes. When I got this in the mail, I literally didn't know what it was, because I was like, why am I being sent a package? Because I didn't buy anything. So I'm like, well, I don't know why this is here. It's weirding me out. Yeah. Guess it's a USB thing. So, I already did open it, and I got a glimpse inside, and I saw, oh, this is what people have been opening on Twitter, and I didn't know what it was. But, here we go. Okay. So, yeah, classic paper snakes. Oh, this is a big paper snake. That was huge. Okay, so we have these, right? These stickers of the gods, right? So you can see like Lorcan's there, and the Lorcan's shore is there on this side. You can see like the heart motif and the fox, you know. You can see Junal right here, the owl. You can see Kine, Kinnereth, you know. You see Mara with the wolves. So these are all very cool. And I've seen these before somewhere. I can't really recall where. Oh, would you look at that? This is a blanket that I've got behind me. So I already do have these. Yeah. Okay. So, next up is a book. It's so funny that I don't even know what these things are. It's so because I just won't keep up. I hear violence, but I'm hoping that's okay. Yeah, I'm good. I'm fine. Okay. A book. What is this book? It looks like this is a Sicilian flag, almost. It's literally so shiny. It's hard to see. Oh, the USP's Adventuring Guide to Tamriel and Lands Beyond. Oh, intriguing. Oh, would you look at that on the back of it? It's got our new design. I remember when this was being made, and I was contacted for feedback on this design. And I'm like, oh, how's it look? So, okay, so the USB's Adventuring Guide to Tamriel and the Lands Beyond. Okay, I need to open this. Oh, it's already got like it's got a place I can just kind of like. Is this going to be like people's guides? What if it gets outdated? What if stuff gets patched? I'm really glad I'm not doing this on a UESP stream, because everyone would be like, what the fuck does he not know? Like, isn't he Mr. UESP? I had someone go like, do you run the UESP? It's like, I barely edit. I write our trivia. I don't know why there's no dust on it. It's brand new. Every time you use your cam, I'm reminded that your room is bare and sad and boring. I mean, like I don't have anything on my wall over here. Nothing. Right? Like, I made sure everything behind me is busy because, like, this is my office environment. Got a Minecraft poster on this wall. I do have a map of Tamriel, like, right on this, like, see, I do have a map of Tamriel right up there. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Okay, some neat art. Very like Arena Daggerfall-ish to start out. It's got that new book smell. I think, is that like an arena loading screen on the front? Pages are kind of thick. It's got mud crabs. It's got mud crabs. The USP's Adventuring Guide to Tamriel and the Lands Beyond. I'm actually gonna try to flip myself, but I can't do it very much. There's a quote by Uriel Septim VII. You will find your own path. Take care. There will be blood and death before the end, which is a very uplifting quote. Tamriel. My goodness. So, is this like the UESP just in, like, physical form? It's just like, is it like a summary? Do we have, like, names attached to this? Like, who wrote these articles? No. Dang. Whoa. Look, we're already at Argonians. Black Marsh. It's Black Marsh here, guys. So like I've got the Tamriel Land and Lore books. Like, here's one. Obviously those are base game ESO, so it's like 2014. Now we're in 2026, so it's been a while. So like this is just like all the updated stuff. Look at this. Look at this. There's a quote from G-Lar. There's the Anemic Egg. Death Hoppers. Wow. Where'd this art come from? I wonder, is any of this art... Is all the art original, or is any of the art, like, screenshots and stuff? Because, like... It's like, would we be allowed to distribute that? I don't know. Here we go. Here's the art again with the... You know that place! Here's the divines. Actually, this is Imperial Cathedral art, not exactly what I have, but going to the second era, third era. What happens if I just like if I jump ahead? If I jump ahead like right here, I've grabbed a place. I'm going to say Bosmer. I'm gonna say it's Bosmer related, right? Dang, Khajiit, I was so close, so close. Elsewhere. Dang, there's a lot of stuff in here. Like this is a hefty book. Like. And you can see how small the lettering is, right? That's some small lettering. That's a lot of information. You're essential. Here's the Halls of Colossus. Here's like the arena interpretation of the Halls of Colossus. If you were right, you were gonna yell rigged. Yeah, I'm not that lucky. Here's Honor's Rest. My goodness gracious. Yeah, it's human weather. It's like a watercolor Daggerfall screenshot or something. So here we got Redguard stuff. Got Hughes Bane. This is free for all players now, by the way. You can go see this big statue. It has one of the coolest delves in the game, in my opinion. Ba-Raha's Gloom. It's unlike any other delve. The way that like the assets that it uses, you just don't see those often. They use them again in Lepsiclusa, but like we went for ages without using those assets, and they're really, really good looking assets. The best, like most convenient place to see them is Ba-Raha's Gloom. It's funny you mention the small lettering because you have a few paleo books and the letter is tiny. I mean, you get a lot of information in there. Here's Adamantine. The Dureni Hegemony, the Dureni, the Druids, and the Weird. Those books are intended to be used for reference by paleontologists in the field. Well, this is for lore masters. There's Emmerich in his cool clothes. Ruinspire, North Point. Got creatures. Got Morrowind stuff. Ghost Fence, Necrom, my favorite. The Fulcrum Obscura, Daedric Conspiracy. That is for Weather Dragons. Yeah, so that I can learn stuff because I don't probably know half of what's in this book. Let's skip ahead again, and we're getting orc stuff. Statue of Trinimac. Okay, here's the art that I was pointing out. So that is fan made. Skyrim stuff. We are in Skyrim. Solitude, Morthal, Markarth. Whiterun, the Skyforge, the Rift and Riften, Elden Root, and here is here's the Orrery that I was talking about last night. No, Sunday night. Why do I keep saying last night? Green Shade. So here's the Bosmer stuff. It took me long enough, huh? Gilvardell, which I was thinking about just earlier. Velen Harbor. Here we got Somerset stuff. We got Lilendrell. Yes. Dusk. First Hold. There's some high elf etiquette. I'm surprised this entire, like, how long and detailed that is. I'm surprised it doesn't take up half the book. It is very well put together, yeah. Veiled Queen. We got stuff from. Now, why? Can I please? Give me a second. Oh my god. What are we doing? Okay, so we you know, as the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, anytime anyone talks about the UESP, you know, I rate a lot of people after I do the UESP stream, and they're always like, you know, it's the ultimate Elder Scrolls wiki. You know, I always go there for all my knowledge, lore knowledge, mechanical knowledge, all this stuff. We have a reputation. We have trust. You know, genuine credibility and everything. And so people go to us for everything that is confirmed or mentioned, so that they can acquire as accurate of information as possible from us. Right? And when that's the case, you don't have room for games. Obviously, Elder Scrolls is a game series. That's not what I mean. I mean, you can't just fuck around, right? When it comes to that, and somebody decided to fuck around, and by that I mean like. Like, look, this is a section. People just can't help themselves, right? So, like, let's go into what we know about Akavir. We don't know like much. We know some stuff about Akavir. We know the Imperials had an expedition to Akavir that went terribly. We've got other information via the Seishi and Kamal invasions, that being the first and second. We have data, right? It's incomplete, but we've got a lot of data. When you're missing data, you don't make it up, right? Unfortunately, though, it seems like that has been done. Like with right here, look, a map of Akavir. We have no map of Akavir. What is this? There's no source for this. Someone just slapped together a map of Akavir. Like, where does that come from? It doesn't even stop there. It keeps going. You got a depiction of the Kamal. You've got the Kamal here. You got a depiction of the Kapotun. You've got depiction of the Tengmo, at least some kind of splotch, I guess, which isn't too bad. And the Seishi, which also is just kind of very vague, but like, you can't do this. Don't clip this, by the way. You know, I don't. No one who works at the USP watches me, but we can't do that. All right, because this means. Right? Like, in the future, Elder Scrolls 6, some future ESO content, they decide to show us a depiction of the Kamal or the Kapotun in some way, right? It doesn't look like this. Everyone's like, well, all the art I did, and everything that I believed apparently was a lie, because we're working from a place where people trust us to be accurate, and we can't afford to fuck around, right? So there's no reason for that. I mean, maybe there's something here that says it's like a fan interpretation or something. Nothing. Maybe there's a disclaimer at the beginning of this section that I missed. No, that's Disaster at Ionith. That's not it. I mean, okay, so this is Beyond Inia. So, like, maybe it's not here. I mean, like, it says much of what is known about Akavir and Tamriel is acknowledged to be incomplete or inaccurate. But it doesn't say, like, anything about, like, the pictures are inaccurate or whatever. Like, that's not a disclaimer. Saying, like, oh, wait, like, that just goes for everything in the Elder Scrolls. Like, it could be incomplete or inaccurate. Either way, though, you're showing people a depiction. So, like, is there anything here that just says other lands? No, it just goes right into it. I mean, we don't... So, the question is, it's like, do we do this on the UESP? No. When I looked bewildered, that was me checking the UESP to see if we had a slapped-on map of Akavir. Because if something pisses me off, it's people just making up fucking maps of Akavir and saying, this is what it looks like. And what do? Open this book and I find someone slapped a map of Akavir on here. Like, we don't have that on the UESP for a reason. Here's Pyondonia, too. Here's a map of Pyondonia. See that? What is this? What is it? It's like some malformed Voya newbie. I don't know. It's something that it's not necessary, you know. And I'm sick of seeing people do this everywhere because it's like I've probably seen 17 different iterations of what Akavir looks like from people just scrambling a map together and going, "This is what it is." I mean, like here's a fan interpretation of Aldmeris. Granted, that pretty much lines up with the picture that we got from Scrying, but so that's not too bad, I guess. It pretty much looks like the same thing. It's very similar. Here's a better replication of that, and here's. Well, I guess it matches the description of what we know as Thras, but that's also not a confirmed depiction of Thras. And that's not a depiction of Ashbit. You can't just... Oh well. That's not... I mean, that is a depiction of Moonshadow, but also we don't know what it looks like. Why are you showing us that? That was me getting zoned out. Okay, well, we know what the Shivering Isles looks like. Yeah, you can use that map. That's an actual map of the Shivering Isles. You are correct. Aetherius, can we see the Mentellan Crux? No. Wow. We only have, like... Okay, I guess that's it. Okay. Is there a mention of the Mentellan Crux? The Mentellan Crux somewhere in here? I don't think so. Neat little scribbles, though. Neat little scribbles. Well, I can't complain about this to anybody because they're going to get mad at me if I do. But you don't want to misinform or worse, give someone a false hope of what something is and then disappoint them later. That's exactly it. Completely unnecessary. There's so much information we have about everything. You don't need to just keep stuffing it with people's fan interpretations, and then when we get it, people get pissed off. It's just not necessary. I mean, we even I guess the fan interpretations of Daedric Realms is one thing, but like having a map, like saying like. A map is definitely way more definite, right? Like you could draw a bunch of trees and say Akavir, and then it's like no one's really the wiser. But when you have a map and you're like, this is the map of Akavir, it's like what bullshit is that? Who said, right? Like what did you get a copy of Disaster at Ionith that I didn't get because there ain't no map, you know? It's just it's unnecessary. It's people are already so fucking confused, all right, all the time. Anytime, like, I just breach into the lore with someone and they tell me something and it's like, where did you hear that? I spoke to someone the other day, and they told me, they said that they said that the Red Guards were like the most racist race because they were so racist they sank their own continent to kill the Sea Elves. Where did you get that? Right? Predominantly, the theory is that the Hiradirge did it. A bunch of pissed off sword saints using a forbidden act. Unofficial sources call this the Pankrata sword, but that's an unofficial reference. All we know is that it's likely that a lot of sword saints were pissed off at the war, and whereas some left, other ones remained and sank their own island because they were just so pissed at how they were treated. That's the predominant theory. I've never heard a single mention of the left-handed elves. Why would they be on Yokuda? Why would you kill your entire civilization to kill a bunch of, like, where are you getting this? And this is just, it always just, and I don't explode at people because they're just misled. But this is what I mean, though. That stuff like that just keeps misleading people. And they just go in and they just have no idea what actually is going on because they're just completely misinformed. So I try to avoid that as much as I can. Literally, probably anyone else would have just told you that the Pankrata sword is the confirmed name for the forbidden dark art that the Shiahai, that the Yonsei used, right? But I don't do that because I know that has an unofficial lore source, and so therefore, if they want to change that, they can, because it's not 100% confirmed, and I refuse to tell people that it is. The people to this day that are angry at the Dragon Isles are not what fan artists for a while thought they looked like based on a text in Villa description that was very vague. Exactly the same thing. And it's like, we don't need any more of that issue. I mean, like, the book is great up until then, right? Just ignore that. But at least to my knowledge, I guess for all I know, that tiny text could say some bullshit. But I'm going to be optimistic about the rest of that book. It looked fine to me, at least so far. Okay. And then there was this, and I know what this is because I saw it, so. I forgot, oh, that's right, okay, I remember now. But I need to just tear it up. I'm gonna use my keys. No. Yes, because I don't have my pocket knife. I'm gonna have to. Okay. There's foam, and behold, there's more foam, and more foam. The foam opens up, I'm assuming, oh wait, hold on, maybe it, here it is. So this is it's actually heavier than I thought it'd be, because I recall seeing a picture of this. It is an Akatosh statue. That's right, look. He's got draconic attributes and mannish attributes. That's really not good. Come on. He just wants to focus on my, like, other hands. My fingers. Yeah, you can see it pretty well. That's right, I got my Akatosh action figure. Mm-hmm. He's got an hourglass. It's like a grab bag. It's like you just never know what you're gonna get. I got Akatosh in mine. There we go. pretty cool. I actually wonder, like, is this like an Oblivion model? I can't remember. Or is this like the ESO statue? I am unsure. No way, does he have time warping action powers? He does! He does have time warping action powers. Alright guys, thanks for joining me for this unboxing. I'm gonna be unboxing this thing that I got. It says that it's from the UESP, but I don't remember ordering anything, so I'm just gonna trust it. It says Amazon for some reason, and that's not how we do things. Generally, we order and it just kind of says UESP on it, and it doesn't say Amazon, so I don't really know what's different about this one. Okay, I don't know where I'm gonna put this. Maybe I should put my Akatosh action figure next to my Athelia action figure and have them duke it out about time. Like Athelia versus Akatosh, time fight, who wins? Well, I mean, like, they're both very powerful. I'm getting, like, a lot of Elder Scrolls figures now, I guess. I don't want this to fall over. Cell gem. Okay. I will be back after the break. Give me a bit. I shall return. Hello. Is this working? Sorry about that. I had to do things, laundry and stuff, and I need to remember to get it out of the wash afterwards. Put it in the dryer because there's some really, really important stuff in there, like my work clothes. Hello. I thought you guys would have like just bailed out by now. Give me a bit. I also had to move stuff off my bed. I had to move the box and everything off my bed. There's some new news for VR chat. I don't actually know when it's going to be a thing, or if it's a thing already. But I'll get into that later. Ugh. I love this playlist. Sorry for the confetti. I told you the story about me waking people up in the sleeping world through the act of confetti. That's what it would have sounded like. That'll wake you up. That'll wake you up. Give me a second. Okay. Oops, shit. I did something I should not have done. Bidding. And speaking of things, one of the anime YouTube shows you watch, Dinosauria, is getting new episodes soon. Let's go. It sounds so familiar. It's been like 9 months since the last episode. No, I'm probably thinking of Dinotopia. I'm probably thinking of Dinotopia. My brother was obsessed with Dinotopia, like back in the day. He still really likes it, even if I think James Gurney is getting into like using AI references these days or something. Hate to break it to you. Give me a second. I'm gonna have to like put my arms away. It would look weird. Okay, so we're not gonna look at me. We're gonna look because like I'm not full body right now. I'm just sliding. So I'm going to instead have you guys look at. Oh, it's so pretty. It's so pretty. Look at that. It's so pretty. Give me a second, really quick. Oh, that's right. Before I forget. I am going to do a thing. Where is it? Oh, I found it. Okay. Let me do this. This is gonna be a new thing, and I think I'm gonna like it. I'm gonna grab my chat box, right? And I'm going to move it, or I'm going to duplicate it into VRC. And like that. So now anytime you guys say something, I think it should show up. And I think that'll just look better. Because like a lot of times if I'm talking to you guys, it doesn't show up on screen and it probably looks weird. It's like, okay, well, what is he responding to? And now people should be able to see. So, give me a second. I will get my... Oh, man, I need to calibrate. Yeah, are you familiar with Dinotopia? It's like some, late 90s, early 2000s stuff? they had like a bunch of TV specials or something, and I think as a kid I thought they were just one big movie, and so I was like, God, this movie is so long. It's such a long movie. I was like, oh, it's a series of episodes. I don't think it's like trying to be like really accurate. You've got talking dinosaurs and stuff. I don't really think it's supposed to be terribly accurate. I mean, they probably explain it through some kind of magic. But I like the vibe. It's very like Nabooian, you know? It's kind of like a Naboo vibe. I like Waterfall City. I like the vibe. Okay, so those are all calibrated, so now I can put them on. I wonder if there's like a Dinotopia map, like a VR chat map. I mean, like, there's maps for everything, really. You know, I'm hoping that I'm putting the right ones on. They are labeled, right? But if I put the wrong ones on, and then I calibrate, well, you can imagine what that would, like, do to someone's physical form. You haven't seen Dinotopia since you were little? So you're talking like the TV series, or you're just talking about you haven't like thought of it since you were little? Because I don't know what you mean by seen. Like, if that means like a TV series or just anything from it. And then they had like an animated film that was very animated film. Yeah, the TV series. I was looking up some stuff for it recently, and I was like, oh my gosh, the CGI is so rough. But like, what could you expect from back then? You know, the animation is great. The model isn't even that bad. It's just the lighting that is a little bit rough. You know. Also, I'm not seeing your chat messages coming up. I'm gonna try to figure out why. Unless I just didn't notice. I didn't see a message pop up. And that shouldn't be happening. Because it is there. I see it's pointing it out. So why am I not seeing your messages? Let me post an emote. Nope. Oh, there it is. There it is. It's really small. It's really, really small. But it is there. Let's make it... Maybe I should make it bigger. Well, maybe I should, like, do this. Like, cut off a lot of it, I guess. I don't really know if that's too big. Let me try again. I guess that's okay. That's probably okay. I hear weird noises outside. It sounds like something is pulsating. Okay. Alright, I think the chat is working. I will keep my eye on it. It's like an engine or something going on outside. Oop, lighting. So, boop. There it is. Right there. Boop. Right there. Good stuff. So now, if I'm just talking, people will see the messages. I guess it's like, okay, it's to my left. Of course, it's not always going to be to my left. It depends on where the camera is, you know. So, yeah, so like VRChat is adding something called like avatar accessories, which is a very interesting kind of tech where they give you either, like they said that they're going to be distributed in various ways, be it like through the store or through subscription rewards, something like that. So basically what it is like it's stuff that you can put on your avatar and you can wear and you can adjust so that it fits on your avatar in a way that you want. So the example they gave was googly eyes, and they showed like there's these googly eyes, and then you go into a menu and you can choose where the googly eyes would be tied to on your model. And so like you just tie them, like I just make sure this is here and here, and then spread them apart enough to meet my eyes, and then I would lock them, and then they'd be locked, and I would have googly eyes. So I guess it would probably be like they give you hats or something. You know, okay, well, gotta make sure it fits on my head, and then you select it and it ties. Oh, did you know? Did you? Let me see. I type in Dinotopia, and the only thing that comes up is a very depressing looking world called Dystopia. And it's just like a flat room. It's just a room. Visits 23, favorites 1. It's just a room with a couch, a TV, and a table, and like a headset. That's like it. It's not even 20 megabytes. I'm actually kind of scared. I'm actually a little bit too scared to go in there. It's made by someone named Low-Key Toxic, which is not a good sign. There literally could be anything in there, so. Okay. Ooh, there is this world that I found. It's called Upside Down ? And it says it's a lot of it's in Japanese. It says liminalize. This is a liminal space, also functions as an avatar fitting world. If you touch the collider where the wall is recessed, a pedestal will appear. It's got a lot of visits. 50, almost like 58,000 visits and around 7,000 favorites. And liminal backrooms, avatar chill, and photos. Well, I mean, you'll never know unless you try. Okay, well, I decided to try. And I'm scared. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let's put you in my hands. Okay. There you are. So yeah. It's clean. That's good. It's clean. It just kind of goes on and on and on and on. And there's ambience, like a very low. I'm not really sure what that is. Also, some kind of squeaking. There's no vents or anything. Oh, maybe I don't know. Maybe the lights. I don't know. I guess I mean like over here, like right here. I can. This is like it says that this is a pedestal. It says use. I don't know if it's gonna make me sit down on it or if it's gonna. Who knows what? But it says use. So I'm gonna set you down. Oh, those are my footprints or my footsteps. It probably doesn't work when I move like physically, but like if I move like using my joystick, it sounds like. Okay. Okay. Alright. So I'm gonna set you here. And try not to get too scared for me. So here I go. It just says use right here, actually. Let me back up a bit. It says, what did the map thingy say? If you touch the collider where the wall is recessed, a pedestal will appear. A pedestal will appear. Why a pedestal? Is this just a bunch of ads? What does it say? Drink your Ovaltine? Oh, there's a hold on. There's a lot of like avatar selecty things over here for strange little avatars. Okay, well, I don't need to do little avatars. I've got my own avatar, and it's plenty nice. So, the only thing we can do is just keep going and hope that we don't die. There's a wall? I can't go past this point. I can't go past this point, it won't let me. Okay. Well, it is liminal, I'll give them that. It's very clean. There's a wall. But you know what? It's whatever. Okay, well, I don't remember what I was saying before I went on break. I said I was going to say something. Hold on, where can I can I just like sit up against the wall? I'll just like back up a bit. Ah. Now, as you can see, I'm kind of sinking into the floor, which is, it looks very backroomsy, but it's not what I prefer. So, how do I fix that? Well, I've got a special tool that I use in times like this. This is my OVR, and essentially, I have it set so that it can allow me to change my height in a space, like that. Now, OVR, let me do a yaw reset. OVR is, basically when you use it to change your space, you're only changing your visual space. So I'm not actually changing my physical space. Physically, I'm still embedded in the ground. Visually, I'm not. Right? That means that like I'm not actually flying. So like if I use it to go up onto a ledge, I can't, because physically I'm not above that ledge, only visually I am. That's how it works. What was I going to talk about? I was going to say something. I said I was saving it. And I've just completely... Now look where I am. we were talking about like Race to World First stuff on Sunday night, and whereas it's true that they they don't do Mythic until next week, you were right, they did start doing stuff yesterday because Heroic came out. So I was watching that a little bit, understanding nothing, but still very interesting. So just something that I wish that ESO would get into, but it's just kind of impossible. You know, like you can't, like when Crimson Velt drops for all players, that's just gonna be like you're gonna have, you know, normal's gonna be a thing, immediately Vet's gonna be a thing, and HM's gonna be a thing. They don't wait to release a difficult tier, and even if they did, I feel like it wouldn't matter. You know, I feel like whatever they release in terms of hard PvE content, it's just gonna get cleared in like at best or at worst 2 days. ESO is just not one of those games where it takes people forever to clear. At least from what I can tell. Doesn't take very long. I feel like they put me in a room. Like I'm an SCP or something. And they're like, keep watching that guy. Keep a good eye on him. He's dangerous. I don't know why this leg's being weird. Technically I could fix it. I could just get up and then recalibrate, but I'm lazy. Your yaw reset ain't doing it, so it is what it is. I mean, like, I don't have that much space in my room to stretch. Literally, like, sitting down like this, I just barely have the space. Like, my foot's touching almost the wall. How much free space I got? So, actually, you know what, hold on. Let me, I'm gonna recalibrate really fast. If I can get up. Let me grab this. Okay. So to recalibrate, it's just like a full reset, which you stand forward like this. And then a body reset, where you basically go into a skiing position. I'm sure all of you have gone skiing a bunch of times. And then the calibrate, which is in game. Like that. So, I'm still floating, right? You see me floating? Because my OVR, I didn't reset it. So, like, I have a single button that I can use to completely just put me back on the level I'm supposed to be on, but I want to sit down, so who cares? Okay, so, it's still kind of up a bit. Whatever. It's probably just because one of my ankles is higher than the other or something. Yeah, I think it is. Anyway, I was seeing a thing. I get a lot of like, I get a lot of reels on Facebook because I look at Facebook reels because I'm old. I don't do TikTok. I'm not a TikTok guy. I was too young for Vine, or at least I wasn't really online doing that kind of stuff during Vine. So I heard about Vines, you know. I learned about them through the internet and memes, but I never actually sat there and went to Vine. It was like, oh, I'm going to look at these. So I look at Reels. And like on Reels, I saw it was a post by some guy. It was of some figure. It was not by the figure, but it was of the figure. And I think his name was like just a car guy or something. He had car in his name, so obviously he was like a car creator. YouTube Shorts, those are also good. But I've just spent more time on Facebook, I think. the guy, he had Car in his name, but apparently also he's a furry at the same time. A lot of people say he like became one, and then a lot of people were like he was always one or something. Either way, judging by the comments, I would say he probably attracted like kind of a masculine car community and then went more into furry stuff, which must be really rough on the psyche. You know, there's loads of car furries. I know one or two, but like I can imagine generally like the mechanic space, like they all start following you and then you start releasing that kind of stuff. Like that is gonna be crazy toxic, I think, because you're gonna meet a lot more like macho people who judge you for it. But anyway, he was talking about how like he was talking about like how like people's rights are in jeopardy, identities are in jeopardy, and I think he was talking about how like furry spaces are a way to express those, you know, or a way to like protect those and whatnot. Obviously completely true, right? I mean, that's just kind of like fundamental furriness, everyone knows that. But like people in the comments were just kind of like, they were like, I don't know, like I'm part of the fandom and I'm tired of people calling it a primarily liberal space. They're like I know all kinds of people with all kinds of opinions. And then one guy was like, you know, I have a boyfriend and I'm really conservative and he's really liberal. I'm like, dude, let me just tell you, you got a boyfriend, you're not conservative. I don't know what you think you are, but that's not what you are. You can tell yourself that's what you are if you want to be like, you know, if you want to be a contrarian culture, give me attention kind of guy. But like, I don't even care if like he's got a lot of conservative views. Is like, you've already your identity at least does not fit into the conservative sphere. Maybe you've got financial conservative perspectives, maybe you've even got social conservative perspectives, I actually don't know. But the thing is though, it's like your identity is not a conservative thing, and you can't act like it is. Like, you can't be like, no, trust me, it's fine, they accept me. Like, fundamentally they don't. And so it's like, if you don't think that the community is primarily a space for those individuals, like, it's not a requirement, right? It's not like you need to have these beliefs or you can't be in. It's not a requirement. But the fact that it's not a requirement just shows how like predominantly progressive it is. It's not like a mixed space with like 50-50. Fuck, it's not even like 75-25, you know? Like, if you were a conservative in that space, you were a minority. And I mean, like, a lot of them, not all of them, a lot of them just try to cause a lot of shit because of that. I mean, like, I'm sure you, like, loads of people have heard of drama in conventions and stuff, and people who are banned from conventions for comments they've made, people feeling unsafe and stuff like that. It's like, it is not a common thing. You're definitely like not in the popular sphere. You might be popular like among the contrarians, right? And that might make you feel like you're popular, but primarily no. And honestly, it's not going to change. It's just kind of the part of the identity. Again, it's not mandatory. It's just part of it. But I mean, like, I can't believe anyone would say that it's like that it's a mixed space, and it's like you really need to look around, because you haven't looked around if you think that it's like an evenly mixed space or something. Like, if you believe it's like a standard fandom like Star Wars or something, where it's just kind of definitely a jumble of all these different opinions, and like the reason for that is because Star Wars in itself Whereas if you were to ask me, it is inherently anti-fascist. You have all kinds of people who are in the Star Wars fandom because, you know, like, they grew up with it. It's their thing, and it's not a requirement to have a certain kind of belief or whatever. But I don't think the like anti-fascist nature of Star Wars really gets through to a lot of people. It's kind of generally been an under level of the story for a lot of people. They don't pay attention to that because they're just like, the Empire's just bad guys. But when it comes to like the furry fandom and stuff like that, it's like it's a whole identity is kind of intertwined with this, and if you're missing it, that says a lot about you. Yeah. I'm already drifting. I'm just like, I'm already drifting. No, let me see if I can yaw. I'm gonna like yaw. There we go. I'm glad I discovered that big obvious button. I wonder if there's a lot of people who think that I like fell into it, because I've been a little bit more, I think, open about like this on my socials, you know? Well, people have to be willing to call out the shitty behavior though, and sometimes people don't recognize it. Sometimes they don't, but a lot of it's super easily recognizable. And I'm not even saying shitty behavior as a whole. Like just because someone is conservative doesn't mean that they're gonna be a shitty person actively. But even if we're not talking about troublemakers, if we're just talking about core beliefs, you're not gonna find a whole lot of it among furries. You're definitely gonna find a lot more in the left of center. It's just generally how like social groups work. It's like you're gonna find a lot of this kind of person in this group, and it's not like a necessity, but you're gonna find it, you know, because like a lot of like fandoms and stuff attract certain kinds of people, and those kinds of people often fall into certain like subgroups, and so you like start to see a lot more of a certain kind of person in those subgroups, like the Morrowind subgroup of like Elder Scrolls fans. If there's an Elder Scrolls fan and they like only play Morrowind, maybe Oblivion, and they like refuse to acknowledge anything else, I'm kind of wary of that person. I can only take so many like Pepe memes and meaning like one, actually no, not even that. it's like the edgy Morrowind humor and stuff it's a sign that people didn't develop past a certain stage. I've talked about it plenty though. I've talked about my opinions on that a lot. And then I just mainly blame it on the fact that a lot of people who played Morrowind just they weren't mature enough to engage with the mature themes because they were way too young. And if they tell me like actually I was 20 years old when I first played Morrowind, I'm gonna be like, dude, then you've got more problems than that. You know, if you're acting this way and you were 20 years old in 2002, it's like, and you're still acting that way? Yeah, I don't do, it's weird because like as someone that, whereas I don't engage with like the YouTube lore community or the Reddit lore community or anything like that, as someone that's in the UESP, I obviously meet a lot of people who are like at the higher like levels of passion for discussing the lore and learning about the lore and documenting the lore. It's funny because like when you reach that level, primarily, I don't really see that many like edgelord Morrowind boomer culture people. I see people who are like actually genuinely normal, mature people. Like no one I'm not running into, you're not going into the UESP and seeing farm tool jokes or whatever. It's say because you were watching an archaeologist ripping apart the show Ancient Aliens a couple days ago, pointing out some really problematic traits that a lot of the people who subscribe to the ancient astronaut theory tend to have. Like racist traits. Or I mean like are these people like generally, because here's the thing, is like you can't say like just because someone believes in something that they're a certain way, but generally if someone like sometimes has a kind of belief, it can often show that they're like, you know, victims of cognitive dissonance and things like that. And it's like, well, once you've shown that you're kind of a victim to that way of thinking, it'll completely just it's like, oh, that explains a lot of stuff. That explains why you're doing this and this and this is because you're just like, you're not introspective enough. You don't understand yourself. So you can't really judge anyone because of like, oh, they just have an idea. But often you're gonna find that like there's psychological links. Very much so. Yeah, it makes sense. Because it's like there's like an emotional plea to it, I'm sure. And a lot of people like to say like that they're you know, not emotional and they're purely intellectual, but it's honestly just a mask. It's honestly just a big mask. It's almost a projection, you know. They're like, everyone else is emotional, but I'm not. I'm using my brain, and if you dislike what I'm saying, then you're the emotional one. That's an emotional argument. Unless you have evidence to back it up. Also, lack of belief in human ingenuity and creativity. Ooh, I see where you're going with this. I understand now. I get it. I get it. Took me a second. I mean, like, I'm someone that, you know, had to go through a lot of learning in the past. I almost looked like I was going into fetal position. You know, I've had to learn plenty, and over the past like 15 years, a lot of change. You know, and I feel like a lot of people don't really welcome change, and I'm not a big fan of change. Sorry, Sithis. I don't generally do it, right? But I got there. But it's because I mean, like, I wasn't we're not talking like crazy right-wing levels back in 2010, because like among the youth back in 2010, that wasn't really particularly a super big thing like it is now. Like that mostly happened in like the mid 2010s, where like a bunch of like right-wing exploded among the younger folk. I was in a very like non-political space. So, but like I met basically when I got on in 2010 was pretty much when I started doing stuff online. Right, 2010 was my beginning of joining the rest of the world. Basically, it was like when I started to interact with strangers, and I started to like Google my passions, and that was basically like it was a renaissance. And so, because I was talking with strangers, suddenly I was outside of my sphere of being basically by myself. And when you're on the internet, it's not like when you're meeting people in person, because you're meeting all kinds of people. When you're meeting people in person, you're kind of restricted to your local like community, which can be shaped by all kinds of like just history of like certain kinds of people being kept out and all these other things. It's just all these other attributes. When you're on the internet, it's like boom, everyone's there. Everyone is there for you to talk to, and that was a big thing for me. And this is just, it's not even an original backstory, because this just happens to loads of people, right? But I was conservative, but like I didn't know anything about politics. So basically I was just conservative morally. You know, I wasn't the most like, I remember Bible verses and I'm going to Bible camp and stuff. I did go to a youth group Bible camp for like a weekend or something once, which was an interesting experience. But I wasn't like super missionary or whatever, but I did consider myself, you know, like a religious conservative person. For you, it was just meeting other people. The more people you've met, the more left-leaning you became. Yeah, that's what I mean though. Like my story is pretty much the same, so it's just not going to seem very original, but I'll tell it anyway, because this tile is so comfortable. But essentially, like, I got into Bionicle fan groups. It was mainly BZ Power, which is like the main Bionicle forum, and I got on there, and this was the year that Bionicle ended, honestly. Not really fully relevant, but it's pretty funny that I got in like at the very end. But so Bionicle ended in 2010, and I get into the fandom, and that maybe that had something to do with the fact that all these fans were like making new stuff, because maybe the fans felt like, you know, we want to see more Bionicle and we're not going to see it from Lego, so maybe we should see it from ourselves. So there was this big group called Bionicle Next Generation, and this group was completely determined to make all of the Bionicle movies that we didn't get, which would have been the years 2001, 2002, 2006, 2007, 8, 9, and 10, right? So we were thinking about doing movies in all these other years because we didn't get movies for those. And did I say 9? I hope I didn't say 9, because there was a movie in 2009. So that was the whole concept. It was like, oh, we're making a movie. Obviously, like, we were all like probably like 15 years old. I was 15 years old. So it's like a lot of them are probably pretty young, but they're 3D modeling. You know, they're 3D modeling these models and they're animating them, but they pretty much didn't have much at all. You know, like it was crumbs. There wasn't really that much in terms of final project, but in terms of like music and models and stuff, there was a whole lot coming out. And it was fun because I had never really been part of something like that before, right? It was all new to me, and I was this stupid little kid, like, with no talent, like, just wanted to be involved. And so I met all these new people, and just last week I was going through my old BZ Power posts, literally probably some of the first posts I ever made on the internet. Right, and I was looking at those, and I was honestly I was a little brat sometimes. I mean, I was kind of a little brat. Some of the ways I would speak to people, I wasn't. I mean, like, what? Wow, I was sassy. But yeah, that's how I began. And then when Bionicle Showdown kept going, another year or so, it just kind of kept going. There was like a rift where people from BNG started moving into a totally different project that they felt was more manageable. Because let's face it, making a bunch of movies as kids is really overwhelming. So instead, what's a much more realistic idea? Making a video game. that was what our brains said. So we had a whole group of fans that split off from Bionicle Next Generation to make a video game based on Bionicle, which honestly, even by today's standards, it's way more accessible these days. But it was just way better of an idea to make a game. Way better. This game was literally just Super Smash, but with a Bionicle theme, and we called it Super Smash Bionicle. Now, that name ended up changing as time went on, and eventually that name became Bionicle Showdown, which always sounded better because it was more original. And that was where I spent most of my time, right? Bionicle Showdown was like bigger for me because it was less people. It was like a few refugees from BNG and maybe other places, and I was like around the inception. So it was a lot more snug, and I started meeting people and talking with them a lot closer, and that is when I started making more closer friends, and I made close friends with somebody, you know. I was like, you know, because there's very few of us and we're kind of all in this project together, and at some point, I don't know when exactly, but I would say maybe like it had to have been 2011. I would say, like, one of my friends had revealed that he was gay, and it was, you know, it was like, as you know, homeschooled, raised Christian. I went to a charter school for a little bit, but even that was at a church. You know, I was like, you know, how do you engage with that, like as a conservative, you know, kid? Because I'm sitting there thinking, like, one, I wasn't like ranting about like the LGBT movement. That wasn't a big thing when I was a kid, right? I didn't like they might have mentioned homosexuality or something at some point, but like it probably didn't register with me. And like the church at that point wasn't really too terribly aware of trans people, so that wasn't mentioned at all to my knowledge. But like the idea of someone being gay was an inherently like God didn't make you this way concept for my brain. And I was like, I was struggling because I was faced with a very interesting reality. And that reality was that this is someone that I had made friends with, that I knew very well personally. We talk all the time, completely normal, kind individual, just like anyone else, right? And he was gay. So I was basically like, you know, it's almost like if you tell a conservative Christian to like just make friends with a gay person, I feel like they would have a lot of times they'd have a bad attitude about the whole thing, right? Like I feel like a lot of times they would be like, I'll try, but I'm not gonna like it, and they're gonna like be like really judgmental. But basically, I didn't get to do that because I was tricked. I was his friend first, and then I was hit with the reality. I literally had no ability to make a bias about him, make like a stereotype, and it just completely caught me off guard. And so that allowed me to engage with how I felt about it a lot more genuinely. And I was like, he's just a guy. He's just a guy. Just like all the other people I know. He doesn't act any different. He didn't try to hurt me. He doesn't try to hurt anyone else. We're just making a game together. And I struggled with it for a while. And I would hit it in levels, you know, like I would struggle with it for a while, and then I got over it, and then like someone else would introduce me to the concept of being trans, and then that would be like that's another level. And it's like I wasn't even taught about this, you know, so it's very different for me. And so I had my story arcs, and it took time, and like that's what it does. It takes time, and a lot of older people, they struggle. Thank you, peace and love to L for the follow. I don't know why I didn't play the sound. It should have played the sound, but I saw it. Imagine Starlight Zone from the first Sonic the Hedgehog game. That's what it should have played. But like a lot of elderly people, who, like, you know, they get kind of stuck in their ways. At a certain point, the brain doesn't want to develop any more, and it's hard to get them to kind of take in new ideas. It's just a social fact, and so it at a certain point, it's just kind of like they're somewhat of a lost cause. And I'm glad that I got to a certain stage earlier in my life, because so here's something that not a lot of people know about me. I don't talk about this much, but I do sometimes. So it might sound somewhat familiar, but I'm gonna do a weather lore drop here. So I moved to Texas. I would say I moved to Texas 20 years ago, and I mean, like, it literally might even any day it might be exactly 20 years, because I remember we moved here in like spring of 2006, so at some point around now. And we moved here to like assist in missionary work, right? Like my grandparents are missionaries. They would go all over the world and all these other cultures, and work with Wycliffe, and so basically the thing was, we went to Texas so that we could kind of do the same thing, you know. We went to Texas because we wanted to kind of like join this group and see where we would go, potentially to another country, to like be missionaries. Maybe not, but basically when we got there, we lived in a like a mobile home for a bit, for like a year or so. And the idea was like we're staying in a mobile home to see what exactly we're gonna be doing here in this job, in this line of work. And the idea was that literally we were gonna go to Papua New Guinea. That was the idea. Like, the mom and dad told me we were going to be going to Papua New Guinea. You know, it's basically, it's like, if you know where Indonesia is, it's like the other half of Indonesia, you know? So it's in that area. And I'm very much a comfort zone person. I was probably like, how old was I? 10? It's like 10, 11 years old. So I was losing my mind, right? When you tell a kid that you're going to be like leaving the life that they know for a totally other country, I was going nuts. I think the idea was we were going to go to Papua New Guinea for like 8 years, I believe it was like going to be 8 years. And really long time. So that was really nerve-wracking for me, and literally, if you told me that today, I would probably react the exact same. Maybe worse. I don't know, but it would have been, because it's like, I don't want to leave. We just got to Texas, and it's like, I was like, I like it here. I like the weather, you know. So, eventually though they were like, okay, no, we're actually going to keep you here in Texas. You can do like IT stuff, because my dad works in IT, and he's really crazy smart with like computers. So they were like, we need you for this. And so then it was like, okay, well, I guess we're staying here. We're going to do work with this company, but you know, in just residing in Texas. So we got a permanent house, and that's where I am now. And that's just kind of where we've been. But like, but sometimes I think to myself, what would my life be like if I went? How would I be different? Like, who would I be? I would be a completely different person if I went, right? Because, like, I would have basically been living in the like Christian religion for. Let's say we left the year after. Let's say we left in 2007, and so that would have been back in 2015, right? So I would have come home in 2015, like probably a zillion times more religious than I already was, just in time for the big American political explosion of, you know, the mid 2010s. Like everything, like, you know, the war on woke became a thing. Suddenly gays can marry. Donald Trump is showing up, and like MAGA is developing. I would have hopped on that train. I feel like all things considered, like if I went down that path, I would have been like 100% MAGA. Like alternate universe me, that's where I probably would have been. I would have never had the time to actually have all of the development that I got. And it's a weird thought, but it's just like that's probably where I'd be. I don't know. Sometimes I think maybe there's just something like in a person that makes them reach the same conclusion at times. It's like, oh, but like I'm too kind for that. But it's like maybe I would have gotten worse. Maybe I wouldn't have been kind. I don't know. It was a weird thought. But I can assure you that weather is not in VR chat. It's talking about this right now. Alternate U is just dark weather. Yeah, it even darker. I mean, like we did a bunch of stuff, like preparing for this company, that we literally went to Dad went to a training camp, where I guess I don't know what he even learned there, but he went to a training camp, and we went with him, and that was in Florida, and we were there for like a week or 2 weeks at this like campus. It was a very surreal experience. Basically, we like undertook a whole different life for like 2 weeks. It was so weird. They had lots of cereal and really good food. I like the honey mustard. But yeah, so the reason is like when we moved to Texas in 2006, the first thing I still remember, it's so funny that I remember this because like usually I completely forget these things, but when we moved to Texas, the first thing I said when I got out of the car was, I said, "What is all this green stuff?" Like looking, like gesturing to all the trees and everything around, because we had just moved from Las Vegas, you know, dirt everywhere, just dirt. All this stuff, and I was like, what's all this green stuff? I don't remember how long the drive was. Obviously I was making a joke because I'm funny, but as time went on, I like something that I learned to really like about Texas was the weather. Like we had a huge storm in our first spring, and like a tornado. We had to go into the tornado shelter. I didn't really care all too much though, because I was like, I've got the things that I really need, and I was like, we had just gotten this home, so I'm not too terribly attached to it. But yeah, I mean, like, obviously everything was fine. Neighbor's tree fell over though, like not too far away from us. Neighbor's tree fell over. Not into their house, thank God, but it fell over. Like it could have been into their house. Huge tree, maybe, but I was younger, so I was smaller. But yeah, so something I really fell in love with being in Texas was the weather, and like like the fact that we got rain, you know, because like rain, thunderstorms was kind of a mythical beast when I was in Vegas. It was just not a thing that comes around a lot. We did get snow once though. So moving here, it was like suddenly we got all these huge, gorgeous clouds and like, you know, rain going sideways in the wind and lightning, and I was like, whoa, like this stuff is all like legit. This is real, you know. This ain't like I'm not watching Jurassic Park. Like I'm in it, you know. That's really never gone away. I just like it here. I can take the heat at least most of the time. I'm weird because I prefer a humid heat over a dry heat, because a dry heat, like in Vegas, it feels like it's just cutting right into you, and a humid heat, like, I get that it's sticky and it like sticks to you, but the idea of sticky humidity, I kind of like it, because I like the idea that there's moisture. I like knowing that I'm in an environment with moisture instead of being like in the middle of the desert where it just feels like, you know, moisture's just insanely rare and it feels so barren, unrelenting, and frightening, to be honest. So I technically, I guess I just prefer humidity for that reason. I'm looking at my latency. It's not, my tracker latency isn't terrible, I guess. I probably could get it better if I got my own router or something, but it's okay. It's not snappy, which is good. Snapping is kind of looks strange. Yeah. Okay. There's like this very, very gentle squeaking sound. I don't know if you can hear it. This is driving me nuts. It's driving me crazy. It's like, whoa. My God. It goes on forever. Yeah, this is called the follow me cam. I talked about this recently. Follow me cam essentially means that you never, I literally can't stop you from looking at me. You're always going to be looking at me. Literally, even, hold on, if you get close enough. Hi. Even, like, if I exit fly mode, and, hold on, and you're just kind of, like, hovering there in front of me, I can just grab this and then move it, but I literally can't stop you from looking at me. You're always going to be looking at me. I think the more involved with science, the more cousins you had, but your family early on tried to be religious, but none of us ever were interesting. But they tried to be. Is that like 50s, or is it like 50s, 60s, like religion where they just like, we're gonna say God all the time, but we're not even really gonna think about it. Hi, Con Man, how you doing? I notice that a lot. Like if I'm watching like old comedies and stuff, and like, cause like, you know, you're watching stuff like that and they mention God and stuff, and I remember I was younger and I was more religious, and I'm like, that's like the only time they mention God. It's just vaguely. It's just like this vague idea of this like deity that wants you to be a good person. Honestly, I prefer that. I prefer that over what we've got now. Yeah, you remember your mom reading the Bible to us, but to this day she admits she doesn't believe it at all. Interesting. Was there like pressure for that? Like are we talking like like familial pressure, relatives that wanted you to be that way, and that's why she was doing it, and then it just didn't take. Let me see if I can find somewhere less sterile. I guess this could be a good place. No, you think she just wanted to believe in something, and while me and your younger brother end up atheists, so I guess we believe in what we can see. You always say you believe in people first. So are we just talking about religion here? I mean, like, we talk about whatever. Mainly my idea was I was going to be talking about, like, ESO and VR chat and stuff. Hold on, I'm going to swap worlds. I like this one. Wait, what the heck? Ah, god damn it. Hold on. Wait, no? Okay, no, we're good. Something went wrong. Nope. Yeah. What's up? Why didn't I hear the Silt Strider? Okay, for some reason it's struggling. Why is it struggling? I gave you a jump scare. I didn't hear the Silt Strider. Why didn't I hear the Silt Strider? It's weird. Yeah, it's a little bit laggy here. Like, I think it's rendering everything. I think I'm better now. It just took a second. Hold on, give me a moment. Yep. That's still kind of laggy. Ah. Okay. All right. Hello. 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 I like jokes, but I've got a very specific sense of humor. No, I don't do dark humor. Okay, no, see, I don't hear that. I don't hear it. Why? Why don't I hear that? You know, I think, hold on. Stay right there. Stay right there. Don't go anywhere. Asset list? No. I'm looking for like some kind of, well, some kind of toggle I can use. Yeah, I don't really see anything that'll help me. I definitely think it's the camera. I think the camera's causing it. I might have to go to another world. That's weird the commands worked earlier. Yeah, they did, You're right. That's why I'm so confused. I can't figure out what is causing that. It's Twitch stream sounds is right here. It's on the list. Okay, well, I don't know. Give me a second. Let me go somewhere that won't be glitching me out a whole lot more. No, we don't do dark humor here. Christmas map. I already showed off the Midnight Bar. Oh, I know where. I know where. It should be in my favorite worlds 4. UK. Found it. I don't know if I want night. I'll do daytime. This should be nicer to me. You're sipping a Dr. Pepper and after a night of work, this is the best Dr. Pepper that's ever Dr. Peppered. Like a name brand Dr. Pepper? Frames! Oh my god, frames. Ugh. My beautiful, beautiful frames. And light too. Frames and light. Oof. I am a Dr. Pepper fan. I'm very much a fan of Dr. Pepper. I used to be a fan of like root beer, like Barks and stuff. Whoa, why is it black? Wait, what? Oh my god, wait, oh, is it because, wait, is my green screen on? Is my green screen setting on? Is that why it's doing that? Hold on. Oh, it's not the game. Of course it's not the game. Of course it's not the game. It's the source. That's crazy. Hold on. That is so funny, honestly. I have to go. I have to go and change that. It's been like that. It's been like that ever since I had that other stream where I was messing with it. Thank you, Comment28, for the follow. It is appreciated. Okay, I found it. I found it. I'm gonna open the VR chat properties, and I'm gonna go into capture cursor. Yes, yes, yes. Mode, capture specific window. Yes. Here it is. Okay, forgive the if there was any glitching there. Forgive that. Sometimes that happens. Root beer is where it's at. You've been to a soda shop that sold a ton of different root beers, even maple beer, which was different but good. You love root beer. I like root beer, but it's like only maybe in small bits. I don't know. It's like it's just very sweet. I don't know. It's crazy, but I'm at an age where it's just like sometimes things can just be too sweet to me, which is weird. You know. This is the Frutiger Arrow World by Cory Cat. This is a very popular world right now. Let me hold on. I'm gonna have it so that you guys are following me. Wait, Weather, have you tried the Big Arch? I have not. I saw a picture of it in the app, and I was like, the picture they used looked intimidating. It was like the Big Arch. I didn't have it, but I'll probably have it like this weekend. I will definitely take very big chomps. Behold. This is one of my favorite aesthetics of all time. I love this aesthetic so much. Is the shower thought appropriate? They added these guys. They weren't here before. I used to be behind this desk. They added these guys. And now they took my job. Yep. It's pretty good, but you recommend removing the lettuce because for some reason they just drown the thing in lettuce. But lettuce is healthy. When you eat it, you're like, this is probably helping me a little bit. This is like shielding me from losing another year of my life. I need to see what that says. I'm really trying to see. Hold on, I'm trying to see what the tail is saying. Oh, it's bacon. I was like, what, is that saying something? No, it's just bacon. This is bacon. It's just water. Water is good for you. Stay hydrated. Oh, speaking of which. I don't know why it's not working. I swear it worked before and now it just doesn't want to work. I did add a chat Teldos though. I added the chat. This is the first VR chat stream that has the chat. It's gonna be it's right here, I think. should be. Maybe I need to modify it so it sticks around. There it is. Mecha spelled with an H, but think mechanic. You actually did consider getting bacon on yours, but with how huge the burger is. I have a problem getting just like one sandwich whenever I go like to a fast food place. I always feel like I need to get like 2 sandwiches. Usually they're small, but like if it's a big sandwich, that's where the issue comes in. They made the fish shinier. Whether noms a sandwich. I wonder if I should make the chat bigger, because it still looks pretty small. It's probably bigger for you guys. I've got a floating monitor, right? So I need to stop doing this. I have a floating monitor so I can see everything, but it's still not as big as like what you guys are seeing. It's not as HD, and the frames are also lower. Bro, you get a meal that can feed a small army from McDonald's. Yeah, no, I feel like I'm the same. Like, I always, for one, I always get a large. I pretty much always get a large Dr. Pepper. That's pretty much just always a given, is a large Dr. Pepper. And generally, I like to get like, it's like maybe either like 2 McChickens and a large fry, or I get like a McChicken and then like a McCrispy and a large fry. You go to McDonald's, you feel like you have to get fries, and you love McDonald's fries, so it's gonna be large. The problem, because I can eat a lot, is all like large. I can't get any. Like, the only time I'm not gonna get a large fry is like if I'm using points to get it for free. And even then, I'm not gonna be super happy about it. You know, it's like I always feel like it's like large or nothing. Bigger is better. That's the creed here. Yep, hold on. Two McChickens, 10-piece large fry, large Coke. Yeah, you might have me beat there, but I mean, like, if I like maybe wanted to spend that much, because I feel like I go there quite often. So if I feel like I wanted to get that much, I could eat that much. Also, like, remember, I like my entire work, like my job is I walk a lot, so I'm walking just so much, almost every day, you know, like 5 days a week. I'm doing like 9,000 steps. So, and right now I am standing for some reason, but I think that helps me burn a lot of what I eat, and a lot of it just goes to the thighs. Bacon double quarter, large fry, large drink, 10-piece. I think that's a little bit, that's kind of equal to my, like, I mean, a 10-piece though. Because I mean, like, I get 2 sandwiches, but I guess a bacon double quarter and a 10-piece. I'd say like a 2 sandwiches would be like a bacon double quarter and a 5-piece. Because, like, I usually get, like, a McChicken and a big, more complex sandwich. So I'd say that's probably more akin to like a 5-piece. There's no way a McChicken is like a 10-piece. It's way too small. But again, I go way too often, and it's like if I ate that much every time, then that would just not be good. I oftentimes though, like on Sundays, because I always go on Sundays, I always get like a shake of some kind. So like I get the Shamrock Shake if that's available, and if I don't, then it's usually like a strawberry shake, and then I just stuff that in the freezer, and then I stream while eating, and then like generally around Overwatch time is when I go down and I get it, and I'm like, it is smoothie time. It's shake time. 2 big McDonald's and a large fry, large drink. That is pretty good. Oh, do you guys have the, hold on, I gotta turn it down for this. Have you guys had the Daily Double? In my opinion, it's probably the best sandwich that McDonald's has. I might be a little bit contrarian here, but I literally feel like I think they call it a Daily Double. It is, in my opinion, it's just so good. There's just something so, it almost feels like a place that isn't McDonald's. like the way that they do the burger and the bun and the condiments, it almost feels like a completely different place. And plus, I do extra mayonnaise. I always do extra mayonnaise. But it is good. And like a lot of times, I'm having to like not order it because I'm trying not to have not have too many burgers. I'm having to have maybe I'll try to stick a chicken sandwich because of all the grease in burgers, you know. But those Daily Doubles are just so. I always get 2. I get 2 of those. I get double Daily Doubles. I like them. We're not going to debate conspiracy theories here. It's not a conspiracy theory. Look it up. I'm just saying what you're going to say next. Isn't it weird? Here's the thing. I've been doing a lot of like studies. I've been doing like studies of Fruitiger Arrow and what exactly makes Fruitiger Arrow music, right? And by studies, I mean like I've just been hypothesizing about what it all is, because Fruitiger Arrow is really easy to understand in a like visual output, right? Like it's pretty easy to just kind of put together. It's like, okay, Windows Vista, the Wii, maybe the Wii U, that kind of, you know, early 2000s to like maybe mid 2010s vibe, right? I guess maybe like, actually no, it's like more like 2005 to 2015 or something like that. Like that's kind of the Fruitiger Arrow vibe. So the thing is like visually, there's so many fish. Visually, it's super easy to understand, but audibly, why do we have an idea of what Fruitiger Arrow music is? How does that make any sense, right? So I've been trying to think, like, I've been listening to like entire playlists of what people consider to be Fruitiger Arrow, and like This World, for example, has a playlist, and I've been listening to a Spotify playlist, and I've been thinking, and I realized like a lot of it is you pissed off an expert, Con Man. You walked right into it. So basically it's like, I think that dominantly the reason why something sounds Fruitiger Arrow really all depends on Nintendo. I think Nintendo is just the foundation, because like with Windows, like with Windows Vista or 7 or whatever, like you're getting some sound effects, but it's mostly the visual. You're getting like the glossy symbols and the wallpapers and stuff, but you're not really getting much in the way of audio. So Nintendo has music galore, and it's got menus that obviously have this Frugal Arrow aesthetic, the Mii's and all that stuff, the channel, the Wii channel. So that's why so much of Frugal Arrow music has like a samba vibe to it. You'll notice that there's like a very, very common theme of samba with like Frugal Arrow music. And someone's like, oh, this sounds like Frugal Arrows, because that's what Nintendo would use for like a lot of their Wii music. And so we just became like acclimated to it as children, right? Play Nintendo 3DS and then talk. I've got a Nintendo 3DS. I've got a Nintendo 3DS XL. I guess that's why I'm fucking talking. Obviously the Switch doesn't count because the Switch 1 barely has a UI, and 2 is just too late for Frugal Arrow because the Switch was 2017. So essentially, like, I feel like Nintendo's kind of the reason why. And on another note, there's also other kinds of sounds that you get with Nintendo's music. Like, you get very high-pitched synths that almost sound very, very bubbly, which works so well with the bubble motifs used in other Frugal Arrow works. And I think that just kind of like links together in our heads. And so you listen to like any Nintendo menu music, like ever, and you'll go like, that matches the vibe. It's really interesting. I feel like that might be what causes us to believe that. Until you get the chance, we'll have to talk about episode of The Food That Built America. The acting is amazingly bad, that is funny. Oof. I'm sorry to shout them out in that way. Yeah, this is a pretty good world, though. It's actually pretty extensive. Like, this is just the lobby. But yeah. I like this vibe. A lot of people call this vibe the future that we never got. A lot of people call Frugal Arrow basically like, this is what we were promised as children, and we live in a trash heap now and everything's garbage. And I feel like it's just kind of like counterintuitive to just waste Frugal Arrow as like some kind of lie. Hold on. No one was promising us anything. Like there wasn't a thing where it was like, we gotta make this aesthetic so that people believe that the future will be, techno nature. It's not. It was just the vibe of the time that was born from a lot of other outputs. Obviously, technology, was exploding. We're like post 2000s, and we're kind of entering an era of like, it's really interesting how it has an environmental turn, because I think it might be like a product of all the 90s and early 2000s and maybe even 80s environmental like shows and stuff that we got. Like, we got all these like different pushes for saving the environment and these kinds of things that you don't really see anymore because the billionaires have kind of taken over everything. They don't really want us to focus on that. But so like at this point, it was kind of a way to merge the environmental like boom of us having like a clean energy future, and then also combine it with technology, which was obviously like supposed to have like a big user-friendly boom. I mean, look at these guys. They're very user-friendly. So I think like the combination of that, I feel like, is kind of what made this vibe a thing. It's like, because you'll notice like a lot of nature vibes, but also technology. It's like, it's just really chill. It is very promising. I mean, like the whole thing is very utopian you know. These days, everyone wants to make things all like RGB and black and red. Honestly, it's not my vibe. RGB's okay, but like there's something about this aesthetic that relaxes me. You know, it's everything about it is very peaceful because you don't really lose anything. Like it's like you have both technology and you've got nature. One doesn't dominate the other; they coexist. I don't know. Maybe eventually, like the billionaires figured out, like, oh wait, hold on, we don't get as much money when nature coexists with technology, so that's not a thing anymore. Maybe that was it. I don't know, but I'm not sure if I could say it was my childhood. Like, how old was I in 2000 and? Like I said, 2010 I was 15. Does that count as being a child? Your early teens? I love this song so much. This is such a good track. I can't play copyrighted music or I will be destroyed, unfortunately. This is fine though. Like this track is fine. You get your VOD muted, unfortunately. Yep, here it goes. Check it. It's very Mirror's Edge, isn't it? You don't think Weather would like Ice 9 kills? Maybe not. I'm more of a synth pop kind of a person. Chiptune, synth pop, that kind of stuff. 90s like 90s medieval, like we're talking like Age of Empires, that kind of like vibe. No, yeah. If it's like a game from like the late 80s, early 90s with like a medieval-y vibe and has music, I will love that music. Like Daggerfall. They are a metal band that does music about horror movies. They're really good. I don't think you'd enjoy it. I am a horror movie. Your stuff was laggy? I'm glad I'm not laggy. That would be incredibly uncomfortable. Well, I am sitting down, or I am standing up actually, and I want to sit down because this is kind of uncomfortable. Yeah, take a look at this. It's so clean, it's so welcoming, it's so glossy. Hold on, I want to show you guys something. Is this the right way? Yes. Did a really cool live show though once. Got to see them on Halloween Eve one year. Sounds very Halloween Eve-ish. You're watching me at 4:30 in the morning? Well, I am streaming at 3:30 in the morning. So let me, hold on. Let me, which one of these is it? Which one of these is it? This one? Okay. Okay, here it is. Are you ready? Check it. This thing says Skype on it. It's the Skype box. Don't know why, but it's the Skype box. Did I miss Skype? See?